Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Sony booth here at NAB 2017. In just a few moments, we'll be beginning our very first presentation of NAB on Sony's live production ecosystem. So I do invite you to come join us. We have some very comfortable benches. You're welcome to sit or stand and join us for our very first presentation. We're going to have a video, and then we'll jump into the presentation. Understandable. We've been advancing the technology and performance of broadcast cameras for decades. We have go-to cameras in every tier of live production, and our camera technology has recently been honored by a rare double win, an Academy Award and an Emmy Award. But cameras are just one small part of the Sony live production ecosystem, and hardware is just one part of the Sony story here at NAB. We're dedicated to being your business partner, your collaborator in the evolving world of live production. We cut through the complexity of next-generation technologies. Our breakthroughs not only empower you to create content, but also to move it, manage it, and automate your workflow. You'll see examples of this throughout our NAB exhibit. Right now, you'll see how Sony is solving producers' challenges in 3 dramatically different production environments: a live rock concert, cutting-edge broadcast sports, and single-operator multicam production. Let's start with a rock concert. U2 Innocence and Experience live in Paris for HBO. Originating a state-of-the-art arena rock concert live for HBO is no simple task. This project imposed incredible challenges in size, scope, lighting, and the limited availability of camera positions. These challenges were met by Hamish Hamilton of Dun & Dusted Productions. His credits include some of the world's biggest multi-camera events, including the Super Bowl halftime show, MTV Video Music Awards, the Summer Games in London, and the Academy Awards. So let's listen to what Hamish has to say.
8/10 of the success of a project is the process, the system, the technicalities that you put in place, because most of what we do are huge events. Other massive factors is the show live to air on a television network or the net, because again, your workflow to a live show is very different to a show that you're capturing that you can edit later. I mean, manifestly different. In a live television event of the scale of U2 on HBO, there is only one route to go, and you have to go Sony because of the workflow. And I wanted to go 4K. I wanted the beauty of 4K, I wanted the image quality of 4K, but I also wanted the adaptability of 4K. I also wanted to be able to get multiple shot sizes from the one angle. What Sony deliver in the live TV world is unparalleled. It's great image quality, great flexibility, and kind of rock solid security, and those are three amazing things when you're dealing with an HBO broadcast with a band like U2.
So what a production that was. U2 Live in Paris illustrates 3 reasons why Sony is uniquely qualified to help you in live production. First, we offer comprehensive production systems, from cameras to servers, switchers, and monitors. We have expertise at the cutting edge of technology, whether it's 4K, high dynamic range, wide color gamut, high frame rate, or the latest in IP live production. And third, we're a world leader in image sensor innovation. After all, Sony has been developing image sensors for decades, and we make our own sensors in our own factory, the Kumamoto Technology Center. This is the world's #1 source for camera sensors. It was sensor innovation that enabled us to create breakthrough cameras, the world's first 20-megapixel cinema camera, Sony's f/65, and the world's first 4K 2/3 inch camera, the HDC 4300. In the last 12 months, these cameras have received the industry's highest accolades. The Motion Picture Academy has honored our f/65 with the Academy Award, citing Sony's unique image sensor. And the Television Academy has awarded our HDC 4300 with an Emmy, again honoring Sony's image sensors. Perhaps the epitome of multi-camera live production is the modern sports broadcast. Here, new technology, they promise a dramatically more exciting, engaging experience. 4K captivates viewers with breathtaking detail. High dynamic range delivers you are there realism with contrast and color highlights that SDR just can't reach. Wide color gamut extends the range of reproducible colors, perfect for HDR production. Ultra-high frame rates capture and replay action as never before. IP live technologies enable a comprehensive rethinking of infrastructure. Now you can produce multi-camera live sports from a control room miles away from the stadium. And Sony is a leader in all these technologies. In 2015, Sony astonished everyone with the world's first native 4K camera for 2/3 inch live production. The HDC 4300 is the ideal choice, whether you're looking to enhance HD broadcasts with stunning 4x, 6x, or 8x super slow motion, or you're diving into 4K live production, or planning long-term migrations from HD to 4K, and from SDR to HDR. We've also supplemented the 4300 with a point-of-view version, the electronically and optically identical HDC P43. And we built another game changer for live sports. The HDC 4800 delivers breathtaking 4K Ultra HD images at up to 8 times or HD at up to 16 times slow motion, along with HD cutout and zoom. Together with the companion PWS 4500 instant replay server, the HDC 4800 delivers images that producers are falling in love with. All of the products I just mentioned support Ultra HD resolution, deliver beautiful high dynamic range, and empower your productions with ultra high frame rate footage that perfectly matches the color of existing Sony broadcast cameras. So you're fully capable of images that will blow audiences away. Sports broadcasters are vigorously pursuing these new modes of presentation. And here's what Dave Mazza, Senior Vice President and Chief Technical Officer of NBC Sports Group, has to say.
Two things have happened that have really been spectacular. One is high dynamic range, which we tested in Rio and are excited about the future of that, along with 4K. And the other is the high frame rate cameras that Sony's now coming out with. Both of those two things are displaying much better images than we've ever had before. Everybody knows 4K is coming. What wasn't clear for the past few years was whether or not HDR was going to come along with it. And we wanted to do a test of both at the opening ceremonies, and we did with 6 4300 cameras and several 4500 servers. And the pictures were stunning. We had never really done any HDR test out in real lighting conditions. And the opening ceremonies was perfect for it because they have so much highlights, lowlights, fireworks, the torch lighting. It was spectacular.
So when you listen to your customers, great things are possible. And when Dave Mazza asks for simultaneous delivery of HDR and SDR pictures from a single production system, Sony responds. Now, the goal, to originate HDR and SDR from a single set of cameras, a single team of color shaders, and a single production switcher, maintaining existing skill sets and workflows. The solution, SR Live, and Sony's new HDR C4000 converter. SR stands for Scene Referred, and it works with differential gain, S-Log3, hybrid log gamma, PQ ST2084, and Sony's artistic intent rendering, or air matching. The result, outstanding performance for both HDR and SDR audiences. At Sony, we believe SR Live is so strategic that during NAB, right here on this stage, our Chief Technology Officer, Hugo Gaggioni, will be making in-depth presentations on the technology. Another key initiative is IP Live infrastructure. Sony's best live production gear can be configured for either SDI or IP Live output. So you're prepared for the next wave in sports production system design, whether it's a self-contained mobile unit or novel system configurations like remote integration. Also called REMI, at-home or home run production, remote integration is a powerful alternative to conventional outside broadcast trucks. OB production requires you to roll up to the stadium with a switcher, SDI router, servers, camera controls, and all the associated personnel. REMI changes that. With REMI, you can use IP connections to establish high-quality, low-latency bidirectional communication between the remote site and your broadcast center. This means your switcher, servers, camera controls, and all the associated staff can stay right in your control room. The savings and travel cost alone is enormous. As the universe of live event coverage keeps expanding, REMI empowers you to keep production costs in line with audience size. And REMI enables you to use your A-level studio gear on B-level events. And then there's Hawkeye Innovations, the leader in sports officiating analytics, now under the Sony Professional banner and featured in the Sony booth. Hawkeye started with the ball tracking technology that revolutionized professional tennis officiating. We now touch over 500 stadiums and over 11,000 games per year. And we've branched out into live production, coaching, and social media solutions. That's what happens when advanced information technology meets state-of-the-art broadcast expertise. Now, while Sony is certainly accomplished at the high end of live production, we're equally passionate about bringing the best technology to the widest range of live production scenarios. That's why we build high-end broadcast performance into all of our HD studio cameras. We've enhanced the live capabilities of pan-tilt zoom cameras. Our new BRC X1000 takes advantage of a generous 1-inch image sensor and native 4K Ultra HD resolution. Also new is our 1-inch HD pan-tilt zoom, the BRC H800. And we've created handheld camcorders that also deliver powerful live production capabilities. This year, we're going even further, bringing multi-camera live production into high schools, small houses of worship, local government, corporate training, and more. Imagine a single operator controlling 3 cameras and switching video and mixing audio. Imagine live streaming to audiences worldwide. And imagine automatic recording of the line cut. That's the idea behind the remarkable MCX 500 switcher and affordable Sony camcorders like the HXR NX5R. The MCX 500 combines video switching with audio mixing and has built-in digital effects. It's easy, enabling a single operator to run an entire show. You can even operate the system remotely from a tablet or PC. The MCX 500 is clearly a highly capable switcher, but it becomes even more powerful, teamed up with Sony's new camera remote control, the RM30BP. This compact controller operates up to 3 Sony camcorders with controls for record, stop-start, focus, iris, and zoom. There are 6 assign buttons to operate features of your choice. The remote even sends a tally signal. Complete the system with Sony's HXR NX5R camcorders. They feature wireless streaming, wireless file transfer, and XAVCS recording. The camcorders can record an ISO signal on board to supplement the line cut recording in the switcher. Affordable and easy to use, the MCX 500 stands apart, bringing multi-camera production within the reach of more users than ever before. Now, in this presentation, we've touched on 4K, HDR, HFR, and IP infrastructure. While these new technologies are exciting, they're also cause for concern. Will the investments I make today enable or constrain the projections I do tomorrow? Will I be able to accommodate the flavors of HDR distribution my clients demand? How can I originate Ultra HD and HD, HDR and SDR, with a single crew, a single switcher, a single set of cameras? Will my investment in IP live production comply with standards and interoperate with multiple equipment vendors? Answering these questions goes way beyond point products. To navigate the future of live production, it helps to have a business partner, and that business partner is Sony. As we've seen, Sony is more than a camera vendor. We're a leader in the image sensors that cameras depend on. We stand ready to assist productions of every type, from affordable systems for high schools and worship to the highest echelon of live production for concerts and sports. And we're an innovator in the most advanced 4K, HDR, HFR, and IP live tool sets. So now I invite you to learn more. You'll discover the solutions I've discussed throughout our booth. And when you do, you'll find friendly, helpful Sony representatives standing by to answer your questions. So I do encourage you to come on in and check everything out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and attention, and have a great day. Thank you.
Entities, properties. properties that air them without any other intervention by the local stations. So we came up with a solution. We worked with Crispin, we worked with Sony using their C cloud infrastructure, and we came up with a process. And as of today,
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Renard, and we are coming to you live from the Sony booth here at the 2017 NAB show. People just started coming in, and they are excited, and we are excited to see them. I'm standing right here with Mike from Sony, and he's going to be telling us a little bit about high frame rate today. So, Mike, tell us a little bit about what you have going on here at this booth.
Well, biggest thing going in sports production is trying to do something that's different from what you see in everyday life, whether it's at the stadium and being there, what's different. If you're at home, you want to see something you can't see live. high frame rate, and the use of high frame rate for sports production has been the way that people are just going to. You see a ton of it on the screen now. Even with our high-end 4800 series camera, which is pretty much the largest, it's a large super 35mm sensor, but it's capturing 480 frames a second in 4K. That's 8 times 60p. So what you can get with that in terms of being able to do a cut down as well is just imagery you can't see otherwise. So really, really vibrant imagery, but the detail on that is so good, and you can zoom in and see the reaction. And when it was in the World Series and the Cubs played last year, pretty much every time they go to commercial, it was a slow motion replay of a player's reaction in speeds that we'd never seen before, in quality and color that you hadn't seen before. So that is the standard now. Then going into our 4300 camera, it's pretty much 100% of usage for all of our major productions for live events and all of the major trucks that are being used in that capacity. But high frame rate is really where everybody's going, but it doesn't have to be at the expensive level in those cameras where they have chains. They're pretty much for trucks and high-end stuff, but even the owner-operator, we have cameras that have the ability to do high frame rate as well, FS5, FS7, and those have been wildly popular in independent, but also primarily sports production.
That's amazing. So are those pieces of equipment here today for people to see?
Every bit of it's here, and these are the areas where they're so popular because they're not only affordable on the lower end, but you can get so much done with them. But then in the special cameras, in fact, the group behind us is one of our largest customers, and they're looking at our replay service here because feeding these high frame rate cameras in this vibrant quality into a replay server that can turn that stuff around for great broadcast and specialty cameras is huge. And that's what they're looking at for there, is the next step of what they can do to add to a broadcast to basically get people, that tug of war between people staying home to watch the broadcast versus the game production people at the stadium say, well, we want to basically ramp up the in-house presentation so that we get people off the couch and get in there. So it's interesting to see, but in both cases, whether it's external or internal, they're all taking advantage of the high frame rate capability of our cameras.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that information, Mike. We are going to actually head right down the way, and we're going to talk to Dion now. But before we get there, I wanted to talk about this new Sony app that we have. If you type in Sony Pro USA, you can have access to all of the different equipment, all the different things you can find here at the trade show. So much information. Here we are with Dion. He's going to talk to us a little bit about IP Live. Hi, Dion. Thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing here at the Sony booth?
Sure. So what we're focusing on for this show with IP Live is really showing the expanding offering that we have. So our IP-ready products encompass our cameras, our switchers, our servers, and it also encompasses a lot of the third-party partners that we've worked with in the IP Live Alliance to really bring together an end-to-end IP Live production system. So right behind us is the production data center, and we're really highlighting the ability to take signals from our camera set in IP, feeding it into the core infrastructure here at the data center, and then distributing those signals to many of the areas on the booth. That includes our server area, that includes our production switcher area, ELC automation, and we're also even sending signals over to our newsroom production system, the Media Backbone Hive, and in addition to our XDCam Air. So it's really just showing that IP is here, IP is ready, and we're also focusing on future standards that are being considered right now, that the Sony products are ready for today, open for tomorrow. You can purchase and install Sony IP-ready products, and then we can upgrade those products to support the latest standardized formats that come out.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that information. This is Dion here with IP Live. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have so much more for you this week, so make sure to stay tuned, and we will see you later on today. We out?
Good? That I need it? All right, I'm done.
Is it good? Okay.
Very good. Nice job. Nice job.
Thank you.
I know I missed 2 to 4 minutes, but...
You still have power in your arm.
Okay.
Nice job.
Okay.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this presentation. My name is Hugo Gaglioni, and I'm going to be discussing Sony's ecosystem for HDR in live production applications. This slide attempts to describe the possible uses that we have in video for a number of applications, all the way from very large-scale productions for artistic movie making, very high budget production for outside broadcasting operations for sports, all the way to corporate videos, event videography, wedding videography, and even still imaging photography is part of this universe of video applications. In doing this division, Sony has introduced a number of very high technology cameras for different applications. Of course, we have the studio cameras, high frame rate, 4K material for sports applications, real time. We have sophisticated cinematographic cameras to do high budget movie making. And also we have introduced devices for corporate video, for very easy to produce event videography. In the introduction of these cameras, we have identified 3 classes of workflows where we use high dynamic range. For live production, I'm going to talk about in a minute, something called SR Live, Scene Refer Live. For a movie production, we don't care about timing. Everything is non-real time, file-based. And for event videography type of application, we're introducing something called instant HDR workflows. Let me go through them. In doing a lot of experimentation during the last few years, we have worked very closely with a number of end users in the area of cinema production, specifically with the movie studios. We know that we have to create the highest possible picture quality in production of the movie, knowing that the distribution of that material is done using PQ. PQ, perceptual quantization, is a distribution format that appears in the 4K Blu-rays, in over-the-top applications, in streaming. In live applications, we have been working with major broadcasting organizations, NHK, BBC, Sky Sports in Europe, in order to cover major sports events live, but with very specific production environment. And we are agnostic in distribution. We can use PQ or HLG for distribution. And for event videography, corporate videography, we are adopting a curve called HLG, hybrid log gamma, which is very simple to use in consumer or semi-professional cameras. I'll discuss that later. Well, just to remind you, the topic of HDR, remember that SDR, standard dynamic range, is limited to about 100 nits, 100% of acquisition. We don't have details in the highlights. We don't have details in the shadows. HDR allows us to give us a lot more information in the mid-tones, in the highlight, and in the lower tones of the video signal. In moving to HDR, we have to now adopt a different terminology. It's called OETF and EOTF, optical to electrical transfer functions and electrical to optical transfer functions. These are curves internationally standardized, and we have 2 major curves. One is the PQ, perceptual quantization, also standardized as SEMTI 2084, and hybrid log gamma, originally developed by Japan NHK and BBC. Therefore, very simple, optical to electrical transformation and electrical to optical. Light to data, data to light. It's not only about brightness and dynamic range, it's also about color gamut, color space. Then we are moving from 709 color space to 2020 color space. And you can see it's a much richer volume of colors that are supported now by the increase in dynamic range in the luminance value. There have been two standards back in 2012, 2013, the standard BT 2020 from the ITU. This describes all of the parameters of the ultra high definition formats, 1080p, 4K, 8K, these parameters are defined in this document. And in 2016, last year, we introduced the recommendation of the standard BT 2100 that describes the two classes of HDR techniques for production. Then the one technique, perceptual quantization, standardizes the EOTF. It's a display referred curve. This standardizes the data to light, electrical to light conversion, the EOTF. The HLG, hybrid log gamma, is more like a television signal. It standardizes the conversion from light to data, optical to electrical transfer function. Okay, with this background, now let me walk into the workflows that we use in live production. In Sony, has a format, it's called SR Live for HDR. SR means scene refer. Then this environment is an environment of 10 bits. This is a truck for sports applications. The switcher, the monitors, character generators, graphic engines, titlers, subtitlers, everything is based on 10-bit environment, SDI, 3G. We can use either HD 1080 60p, I'll talk about it in a minute, or of course we can do 4K 60p. The environment is S-Log3 production gamma in a color space of 2020. Therefore, all of these signals that are used to create the production have to be converted to S-Log3. There will be SDR to HDR conversion. There will be 709 gamma to S-Log3 conversion. There may be lower resolution material to 4K conversion. That's a layer of conversion that takes place before the production. Once the production is completed, your baseball game, your football game, then we have to convert it for distribution. And there are two mechanisms, two techniques for distribution. One is the PQ format or the HLG format. Therefore, we will go S-Log3 to PQ or HLG or SDR conversion. Then the challenges that Sony has been facing to produce this system. We need to, truck operators, outside broadcasting organizations cannot afford to have an SDR truck and an HDR truck. It's too expensive. They cannot have double crew of camera shaders. They need to be able to produce SDR and HDR simultaneously with the same set of tools they have today. The camera shaders, the people that paint the cameras, they don't need to be retrained to do HDR production. They have to use, and they have very good techniques today, to do SDR production. Therefore, we have to find a way to reuse that knowledge of camera shading to produce a spectacular HDR shading. We want to have a single master in production. We don't need to have multiple masters in production. And most important, the look that you decide in the truck, the SDR or HDR look that the director of photography or the technical director decides in the truck, we guarantee to send that look all the way to the consumer home. Then, well, how are we going to do this? These cameras that you're seeing here, the 4300, P43, these are now de facto standard cameras in very high-end sports applications. They have a commanded market share of the market. The BPU, the baseband processing unit of these cameras, can have HDR processing, SDR processing, HD and 4K simultaneously. Then out of these BPUs, we can output simultaneously very high quality HDR and very high quality SDR with separate color, knee, and gain differential between the two signals to serve two completely different outputs of the truck. Why are we using S-Log3? S-Log3 is a very special curve that Sony developed. It began in year 2000, but now we have S-Log3 is the most recent version. It allows us to capture in 10 bits enormous dynamic range, and it color grades perfectly, and it matches the structure of the sensors from the Sony cameras very well. And it also is a curve that we will use into the future because it has very extended dynamic range. Once you have this master in HDR, in S-Log3, we can easily convert for distribution, either PQ or hybrid low gamma, which are the two techniques for HDR, or to convert for SDR, for the linear channels that we have in production. This unit is a brand new product that Sony introduces at this show. It's a universal HDR conversion device. It converts anything to anything. SDR to HDR, resolution, HD to 4K, 4K to HD, color gamut, S-Log3 to PQ, S-Log3 to HLG. It's a universal conversion. And it has multiple channels of 4K and multiple channels of HD 60p or 50p. Then this is basically what I just said. It has a special conversion, moving from HD to 4K. It has a SDR to HDR conversion. It has color space conversion and gamma conversions, OETFs. Therefore, once again, this is the truck environment. This is the production environment in your sports application. And these are the possible areas where we can see use of this device that I just introduced, the HDRC 4000. But it's almost mandatory to use this device at the output of the truck in order to convert from the S-Log3 for distribution. Now, one very important feature of this device is that we can guarantee that the look determined or established in the truck in SDR or in HDR in the monitors in the truck, that look can be sent all the way to the home environment by utilizing the HDRC 4000 as a conversion tool. Then we can guarantee the S-Log3 look that you are shading in the truck can be converted into an HLG and PQ for transmission. And then the consumer TV set will undo the HLG and PQ to expose the look of the S-Log3 established in the truck. Then, assuming that your transmission is okay, that you have enough data rates in your satellite cable delivery, you can have a home experience very, very close in quality to what we established in the truck. Then another feature, instead of having two trucks, even though the cameras can output simultaneously SDR and HDR, but still is an additional cost to have another truck. We can have now an entire production with one single truck in HDR and just simply convert to SDR for distribution. Then we have simultaneous SDR and HDR with one single hardware infrastructure and people operating the truck. Okay, another announcement that we're going to make at the show is we are no longer talking only about 4K, I'm sorry. Now we are introducing 1080, 50p, or 60p production with HDR. Therefore, we can use all of the benefit of a single 3G HDSCI infrastructure. This is part of the ultra high definition format established by the ITU. Then we can do simultaneously SDR and HDR exactly as I told you a few minutes ago. And at the output, the program output of the truck, you just convert for distribution to PQ or HLG. Okay? Now, therefore, the BPUs of all of Sony cameras in the studio will now be able to support 1080, 50p, 60p with HDR. And that HDR can be S-Log3 or HLG. Okay, you may say, well, Sony, you are forcing me to buy new cameras. I just bought these cameras last year, the HD flagship that we had in the past. All of these cameras now, the 2500, 2400, can be upgraded to 4K and HDR using a new board that Sony is introducing at the show. Then if you walk around in the camera area, you're going to see this board being installed in the CCU of the 2500 camera to produce a 4K signal that looks very, very closely to a native 4K from our 4300 cameras. Another new addition to our tools for high dynamic range production, we have been using the X300 mastering monitor. It's the highest quality mastering monitor in the industry right now, but it's a little bit big for a truck. Now we are introducing a 17-inch BBM monitor that has the same OLED panel, but is operating at 1080 60p. Okay, 1920 1080 in progressive mode, and supports all of the EOTF curve that we have in the larger size of mastering monitors. Therefore, we now have completed all of the tools that we were working very hard to obtain to produce a high dynamic range for live applications. Okay, from cinematographic cameras, studio cameras, servers, and our universal converter. Now we have completed the entire gamut of production tools. Now, the other area that I wanted to talk about is instant HDR workflow. It's a different subject, it's different levels of picture quality. And this is an environment that these are videographers that have a modest budget in production, and they do not have the interest in doing sophisticated color grading or post-production applications. It's essentially it's very instant, very quick production of a high-quality HDR for distribution. They are, again, limited budgets. They don't want to extend their production tools. We're going to introduce in these two new cameras, these are professional cameras. These are 4K devices. The Z150 can do 4K up to 30 frames per second. They can do a high definition up to 120 frames per second. And the FS5, also super 35 millimeter camcorder. These cameras can be upgraded with a firmware upgrade that will come in July of this year that will support HLG, hybrid log gamma, directly in the camera. Then we are recording in XAVC, hybrid log gamma, high dynamic range information. You have very simple production, cuts, edits, we're using the normal nonlinear editing tools, and directly you can expose that recording from the camera using HDMI to your consumer TV sets. Just to remind you, this is the hybrid log gamma, high dynamic range curve, and the blue line is the traditional 709 OETF that we have in normal television. And one of the characteristics of HLG is that it has a level of backward compatibility that you can present that signal in a normal SDR monitor and you'll get a viewable picture. Now, because the viewfinders and the LCDs of these cameras are SDR, if you present HLG, the signal will look a little bit dim because it's the nature of SDR. Then we have a new display assist feature that allows us to boost the signal of HLG to make it more viewable, to facilitate production and focusing of the material to the videographer. Well, this is all I have to say. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you stay for a few more minutes, you'll be able to see a clip, a video clip that was produced with the technique of SR Live in live production. Thank you very much.
Let's try that again. Welcome to the Sony exhibit and to our presentation on media solutions that reach to the cloud. This NAB marks the introduction of a new story and a new Sony. Today, we'll showcase a new breed of solutions that drive efficiency throughout your business, solutions that reduce your footprint and cut your distribution costs. At Sony, we're constantly consulting broadcasters, production companies, content aggregators, and other industry professionals. We've been listening carefully, and here's what you've been telling us. In today's economic environment, more than ever, you've told us you need to save money, including the cost of real estate. We enable you to move racks of equipment out of your high-rent facilities. You need to scale operations as your needs expand. Instead of speccing, purchasing, installing, and debugging servers and applications, Sony's cloud solutions enable you to migrate to higher capacity at the flip of a switch. You've demanded resilient systems that eliminate any single point of failure. Sony solutions deliver. You're asking for cost models that fit your usage. Some clients prefer capital expense, others operating expense, and still others a mix of both. Sony solutions accommodate. Increasingly international in scope, many of you demand global access. Sony's cloud solutions are the perfect vehicles for global distribution and collaboration. You need flexibility, solutions that fit whether you're developing a greenfield project or working with legacy systems. And finally, you demand solutions that are media savvy. Our solutions reflect Sony's unsurpassed expertise. We understand the need for content professionals, from the individual camera person to the enterprise. Sony media solutions that reach to the cloud can benefit almost any professional here at NAB. For news production, we're offering XDCam Air and Media Backbone Hive. For digitizing and monetizing legacy assets, we have Memnon archiving services. For managing media, whether on-premises or in the cloud, our Media Backbone Navigator X application sets a new standard. For cloud collaboration, automation, and distribution, we meet the need with our C Media Cloud platform, our cloud-based Managed Media Distribution Center, and our cloud-based digital distribution and OTT service, Venue. Each of these solutions responds to the challenges that you've been sharing with us. Each leverages the power of the cloud for your business. Each extends your capabilities and upgrades your workflow. And collectively, they place Sony at the forefront of production technology. So let's start with news production. In our conversations, news producers are amazingly consistent in expressing their needs. Be first to air and social media, do more with less, share content and work together. These imperatives are even more urgent because today, you're not simply competing with other stations, you're competing with ordinary people equipped with social media accounts and smartphone cameras. Our XDCam Air solution rises to the need, harnessing the best of cloud and wireless streaming technologies to accelerate news contribution as never before. The solution starts with wireless streaming, which Sony camcorders have supported for a while. We get you to air faster with wireless live streaming and wireless file transfers, both full res and proxy. We've also enabled Wi-Fi remote control of your camera from a smartphone or tablet with free iOS and Android apps. And we've revolutionized the picture quality that you can get from a single cellular channel with our exclusive quality of service streaming. With QoS, you'll experience better signal quality with fewer freezes, dropouts, and macro blocks. Yet Sony's QoS streaming saves operating costs compared to traditional microwave and satellite contribution. We've done all this with a roster of cameras that feature built-in wireless capability, as well as plug-in wireless adapters that work with any legacy camera with an HD SDI output. On the receiving end of QoS streaming is Sony's PWS 110RX1, which can remotely receive 30 camera shot streams and output 2 simultaneously. It also provides remote control of cameras in the field, plus remote FTP fetch of files. One person who knows the power of QoS streaming firsthand is Jeff Pra, who is Chief Engineer and Coordinator for Technology Training at Northwestern University's Medill School of Journalism. He says, "The quality was exactly what we expected. It was stable, good-looking video. We maintained a full 6 megabits per second for maximum performance throughout. What's completely unexpected is how stable this has proved to be over time. We've seen 0 packet loss over that entire period. Much of what we do at Medill is anticipate the future of journalism. Our hope is that our students won't just be working in it, they'll be helping create it." The PWS 110RX1 is a crucial tool, a breakthrough product to enable such creativity. Clearly, QoS gives you a leg up in streaming cost performance. Now with XDCam Air, we're taking the next step, from wireless streaming to cloud-based ENG. XDCam Air delivers live streaming control in the cloud, metadata workflows with your newsroom computer system, and live streaming from your mobile device. And the solution works with Sony's ENG cameras, including those with built-in wireless capabilities, those that accept a dedicated wireless adapter, and any Sony camcorder with an HD SDI output. We're also expanding your camera options with a new Android and iOS app called XDCam Pocket. Using this free app, you can now put your smartphones and tablet cameras to work for a low-profile, first-to-air news gathering. Beyond wireless news contribution, XDCam Air will soon extend your power with the following cloud-based services. Cloud-based remote camera control enables you to start, stop, and zoom from any location. Cloud-based live stream control gives you greater power to set priorities. Cloud-based proxy AV provides easy access to your content wherever there's an internet connection. Cloud-based storyboard editing means that you can start work on your packages without waiting for a craft editor. Cloud-based file management makes it easier than ever to locate assets and put them to use. At Sony, we understand the complexities of your third-party newsroom computer systems and editing systems. That's why we've designed the XDCam Air solution to work beautifully with Adobe Premiere Pro, APENPS, Avid iNews, Avid Interplay, BitCentral, Gluecast, and other systems, in addition to our own Media Backbone Hive network production system. The XDCam Air solution can even send slugs from the newsroom computer system to the camera for automatic metadata tagging of camera files. To win even larger audiences for your work, the system will soon make it easy to publish stories to Facebook and Twitter. You'll be able to quickly trim proxy clips in the cloud, insert a watermark, approve the sequence, and then post to social media. All told, there's never been a more efficient way to get your content from the field to your viewers than XDCam Air. Beyond timely and efficient field contribution embodied by XDCam Air, you've asked for network production that's faster, simpler, more collaborative, and more flexible. That's the concept behind Media Backbone Hive, a network production system that provides end-to-end content and workflow management. Hive builds on our experience with a highly successful Media Backbone production system and the customer feedback that we've received. Hive also leverages the latest data center technologies, bringing them into the production environment. We call it Hive because it's scalable, efficient, and organized, and it fosters collaboration by making elements available to everyone, both in the newsroom and in the cloud. Hive links multiple locations together for shared access and integrates beautifully with Sony's cloud-based XDCam Air system. At the heart of Media Backbone Hive is an advanced IT architecture, the multi-award-winning hyper-converged node. Instead of separate silos for storage, database, and applications, the system is built on nodes that converge all three into one. You get lower initial costs using commercial off-the-shelf hardware. You get lower ongoing costs. Redundant nodes also enable failover and node upgrades without pulling the system offline. And you get easy scalability. Just add nodes and the system performs auto load balancing. Media Backbone Hive is a complete production system, including applications for planning, ingest, browse, edit, playout, distribution, archive, and management. HTML5 apps support remote workflows, distribution to social media platforms, and work well with our XDCam Air system, as well as third-party NLEs, newsroom computer systems, servers, archive systems, and the cloud. Hive's HTML5-based content management tool handles not only audio and video files, but also graphics, documents, EDLs, project files, and more. You can do full text search of scripts, preview proxies, leverage metadata, and easily integrate with nonlinear editors. A versatile HTML5 web-based editor provides core editing tools and transitions. Edit your story anywhere, and when you're done, publish to playout, websites, social networks, and distribution, or send your story to a craft editor for further enhancement. Hive's powerful craft editor accommodates any mix of SD, HD, or 4K at 4:3 or 16:9, and you get advanced audio and video effects, powerful color correction, and speed controls. Media Backbone Hive also supports an Adobe Premiere and After Effects plugin with direct access to Hive content from within the Premiere and After Effects GUIs. Other features include powerful dashboards that monitor system health and key system metrics. Future enhancements will include resource sharing among regions or groups. Fast, flexible, and cloud-friendly, Media Backbone Hive is a powerful advantage for every producer striving to be first to air in social media with the best-looking content. Many of you are profoundly concerned about your valuable film assets as well as your video and audio assets archived on magnetic tape. You understand that your analog archives are hard to archive, hard to monetize. You fear that your analog assets run the risk of becoming inaccessible or lost. The solution is Memnon Archiving Services. We can digitize your collection at your site or from one of our global delivery centers. We've already processed over 2 million hours of assets for clients, including the BBC, Indiana University, and the French National Library. So if you have substantial analog assets, it pays to talk to your Sony representative about Memnon services. You've shared your frustrations with conventional media asset management systems. You say that systems don't scale well, particularly at the entry level. Content browsing is way too complicated, requiring extensive training courses and a steep learning curve. You're too often tied to specific operating systems and client platforms. And automating workflows is a daunting challenge, requiring months of planning and extensive software expertise. That's why Sony created Media Backbone Navigator X for managing your assets, whether on-premises, in the cloud, or both. Navigator X sets an entirely new standard in simplicity, scalability, and platform independence. There's no steep learning curve. If you can type into a search box, you can find assets. There's no single operating system. As an HTML5 web application, Navigator X can run on Windows, Mac OS, Linux, Android, and iOS. One organization with very particular asset management challenges is Full Sail University. Scott Dansby is in charge of industry relations at Full Sail. Let's listen.
We were coming to a point where we had a lot of content stored and kept in various different formats in different locations all over the campus and from various departments. So it could have been LTO, it could have been on hard drive, it could have been on optical disc, but we had no way of kind of managing and really tagging and logging what content was actually under our roof. And we need to get a better grasp on managing the storage environment where all of those assets are ultimately going to sit. Navigator X was able to meet those needs. The openness is what attracted us initially. You know, we could still work and keep existing products and services and then add other third-party products and services who do a really great job at one specific thing. But then Media Backbone would be able to orchestrate those workflow processes between all the different applications and services.
There's more to Media Backbone Navigator X. The system scales effortlessly from single-seat users to mid-size production environments. Building an automated workflow is as easy as drag and drop. Best of all, Navigator X offers top-flight performance at a fraction of the cost of other, less capable MAM systems. It's an impressive package, as Nathan Dickerson, Vice President and Operations Manager at Wells Fargo, discovered.
One of the things we've always asked for is more color depth when we're shooting, because we're a lot of times in less than perfect circumstances. So we're not necessarily lighting a scene, and having the ability to shoot RAW or a compressed RAW format for us is huge, especially in documentary and television work, because it means we can go in and pull on a detail out of scenes that otherwise really would be subpar. The R7 and XOCN LT especially has allowed us to get all the footage we need and get it moved onto drives quicker than we've ever been able to do in the past. What's amazing for us with the F55 and the R7 and XOCN is we can put a small crew in the field, come back with raw quality camera originals, really go to town on them in color, and come out with a master quality finished product. Shooting on the F55 with the R7, it's really changed how we put a show together.
For more on Media Backbone Navigator X, be sure to see the demonstration on this stage by Sony's Wei Wu coming up at 1:30. The centerpiece of Sony's cloud portfolio is our C Media Cloud platform. Built on Amazon Web Services, it features the scalability, automation, and cost savings of cloud computing. The C platform can handle many of the boring routine production operations, enabling your staff to concentrate on the creative tasks that they do best. Our platform can handle file storage, file sharing, transcoding, automatic proxy generation, metadata extraction, caption transformation, dailies viewing, quality assurance, archiving, streaming, and file distribution. And your existing systems can easily integrate with our REST API, enabling you to craft the ideal workflow. It's easy to acquire content from anywhere and put it into the C Cloud. In the cloud, web-based collaboration becomes easy. All your colleagues can enjoy simultaneous access and frame-accurate markups. After a session, you can output the results as PDF or XML for use in craft editing. High-speed encrypted file transfer can get your content onto the C platform quickly and securely. By its very nature, the cloud is everywhere. Suddenly, it's far, far easier to aggregate content and distribute content to affiliate stations, syndication customers, and any other endpoints. And since C supports integrated archive, you've got cloud-based disaster recovery built in. C customers range from individual camera persons to some of the biggest names in broadcasting and motion picture production. We now manage petabytes of data, representing millions of files, ingesting as much as 50,000 hours per month. Clients include Frontline, Sony Pictures, CBS News, ITN, and Tegna. But two cases in particular demonstrate how Sony can work in partnership with your staff, actively collaborating to create powerful, completely customizable cloud-based solutions. We're talking about PMM and Media Clearinghouse. Short for Public Media Management, PMM is a partnership between Sony Professional Solutions and WGBH Boston. PMM offers public media stations cloud-based distribution for non-real-time program content and automated master control. Delivered as a service, PMM replaces capital expense that can total in the millions of dollars with a simple, predictable monthly operating expense. Just as important, PMM alleviates the labor-intensive duplication of tasks for every program at every station. Before PMM, each station was responsible for its own satellite download, its own transcode, its own quality control, and the capital expense associated with on-premises storage of PBS program content. PMM replaces all of that with a network operations center in Boston, a one-rack PMM node at each participating station, and cloud distribution. This results in tremendous efficiencies. System-wide, there's just one download from the satellite, one transcode, and one quality control at the Network Operations Center at WGBH. At each station, PMM replaces expensive satellite time with cost-saving cloud distribution. Content arrives via an ordinary 100 megabit internet connection, eliminating costly dedicated fiber. And a simple PMM node replaces an extensive master control system. While PMM is truly efficient, it still leaves the local playlist, local programming, and local brand identity where it belongs, in local hands. A new member of the PMM family is Alan Pizzato, President and CEO of WYES-TV in New Orleans. He says, the first immediate and obvious benefit was the improved on-air look which the new graphics capabilities provided. We brought our traffic and master control operations together, which is enabling more flexibility and productivity. And our on-air operation is running very smoothly and consistently. Not having to make a major investment in automation and archiving equipment also had a very positive impact on our budget. We faced a similar challenge working with Tegna, the major U.S. station group. They had grown from 18 to 46 stations in 1 year, with every individual station redundantly doing capture, prep, and transcode for non-real-time files. They badly needed to streamline operations. We worked with Tegna to create a cloud-based system called Media Clearinghouse. The system spreads the work out, leveraging a distributed workforce to get content efficiently to air. The system distributes content, transcodes, monitors and performs analytics, conducts quality control, and enables collaboration, all while maintaining metadata and status sync across all stations. By combining the advantages of a hardware system and a service, Media Clearinghouse also combines CapEx with OpEx. Here's what Jeff Johnson, VP of Technology, had to say.
We decided that there was a lot of redundancy in our operation. We're taking certain syndicated programs in 18 times a day. Why wouldn't we take them in one time and then push them out to all the local entities, properties that air them without any other intervention by the local stations? So we came up with a solution. We worked with Crispin, we worked with Sony using their C cloud infrastructure, and we came up with a process. And as of today, we process approximately 240 unique shows a week, probably deliver over about 2,400 shows a month. We have multiple prep points, 4 ingest points across the whole station group, and so therefore we're able to service up our 48 television stations with syndicated content. We foresee this as being a service that will help us into the future, and that when we look at different sales models, that we have the ability to deliver programming or content changes or commercial changes in near real time. There are a lot of shows that we're processing day of that we are able to deliver the same day, somewhere 2 days in advance. It's a complete end-to-end solution that we've developed, and we think it's very scalable and will serve us into the future.
Now we're putting the advantages of PMM and Media Clearinghouse to work for anyone who needs to syndicate and distribute content. Presenting Sony's Managed Media Distribution Center. Centralized cloud-based operations can slash your satellite distribution costs, dramatically improve your productivity, and enable your staff to focus on the creative tasks that they enjoy rather than rote repetitive chores. Incredibly scalable, your system can grow as quickly as your business, and the system can upgrade functionality as new technologies become available. Crispin has been providing software applications for over 20 years that assist with the acquisition and precision playout of programs and interstitials. In doing so, they have built APIs to hundreds of products. They have leveraged that experience to create automated on-premise workflows which incorporate MCS for cloud processing and distribution. Now, they're more than a partner. Crispin is officially part of the Sony family. Based on years of real-world performance for dozens of TV stations, the Managed Media Distribution Center delivers compelling value. And finally, some of you have told us that you need global digital distribution as well as OTT and commerce solutions. You need future-proofing, and you need to accommodate an ever-evolving consumer base. And that's why we've created Venue, the media-as-a-service platform that acts as a single solution for avails management, content prep and ingest, distribution, broadcast playout, and OTT solutions, including fully integrated commerce. And now, recently announced, Venue Unlimited is the first of its kind cloud-based streaming service, providing access to over 1 million hours of premium licensable content, available in more than 23 languages, sourced from over 450 content owners, through a centralized cloud-based repository for one monthly flat fee. Unprecedented. It's just one of Sony's media solutions that meet so many of the chief concerns that you've expressed to us. Be faster to air in social media, lower real estate costs, eliminate costly duplication of effort, increase productivity, empower collaboration, solve distribution headaches. Sony's cloud-based solutions deliver, whether you've got a greenfield opportunity or a legacy system, whether your operations are small or large, whether you prefer to work on premises or in the cloud, whether your financial model is operating expense or capital expense, whether you're after a fully managed service or a system that you can operate yourself. If you're looking to leverage all of the benefits of the cloud with all of the assurance of down-to-earth practicality, speak to your Sony representative. You can see Sony Media Solutions at these locations throughout our NAB exhibit, When you go, you'll find friendly, helpful Sony representatives standing by to answer your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention, and have a great day, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Coming up in just about half an hour, Wei Wu will be on the stage to talk about Media Backbone Navigator X. I've seen some snippets of that presentation. It's really powerful, very informative. And of course, all of you are, admiring this beautiful screen here. This is Sony's new Crystal LED screen. And if you have any questions about it, Todd, right over there, will be glad to answer them. All right, have a great show, everybody. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Today, I would like to introduce one new Sony solution called the Media Backbone Navigator X. And my name is Wei Wu, a senior product manager for the Sony software solutions. First, because today we will have to talk about the media operations. So, first thing first, let me ask one question. What is the best solution you think for the file-based media operations? You may think about MAM, Media Asset Management. That's a popular and famous word, right? And somebody may think about DAM, because now it's a digital word, Digital Asset Management. Or you may think really about production asset management. And somebody really like workflow, which is important. So it's business process management. And of course, everyone loves your mom. What means mom is media operation management, right? Since we are talking about media operations. Too many M's. Again, we are Sony. We are not selling this. But if you really talk about everyone who have existing M systems, they all have a same feeling. You pay $500,000 buy a giant system, and you really feel, well, all the operators are working for the system, not let the system work for your operations. That's a problem. So we really analyzed and integrated with a lot of existing M systems, we say. So let's take a look at what are the exact problems for the M systems, right? Number one, complicated operations. Most of the M systems, when you have it, at least you will have to take 1 or 2 weeks of the training. And even after trainings, you may still have 200 of the questions. Why it's necessary? M system need to manage your contents, search, find your content, and you may run some workflows. And why you have to take 2 weeks of the training to learn how to use the software? We think it's nonsense. Can't change your workflow. Of course, the workflow is important. All the M systems are really focusing on the workflows. But vendor, no matter where you buy from, their engineer have to create the workflows for you. Because you may be broadcast, post-production, or you are maybe bank, universities, but you have a media operation team, you have a media production team. How you can have a software engineer to change workflow or create a workflow if that workflow system need software programming knowledge, right? So platform dependent. Back to 15 years ago, which is okay. If, because everybody was using Windows, right? So you actually install something, install some native application in your Windows machine, and then you run it. But now, everybody is using maybe Mac, or maybe even tablet, or cell phone. But if you take a look at the software technology have been used by the most of the MEM systems, they are Silverlight, they are Flash, Java. How can they be used at a tablet? It's impossible. But now, everybody is using these type of mobile devices. They just want to open the browser and then use the system. Poor performance. MEM is a system try to help you find your content. But you may have really million or 10 million, 100 million of the contents. And most of the MEM systems, when you have that level, it's really hard to find your content. Be honestly, if you cannot find your content easily, you can continuously to use your Windows Explorer or Mac Founder. Why you have to pay money to buy a MEM systems? And of course, expensive hardware and software. When you talk about the MEM system, normally you need a rack to deploy the entire system with 10 different servers. And of course, software. If you think about the database, Oracle, SQL Server, nothing is cheap. Vendor has to pay to those type of IT companies, and by the end, they will charge back to the customers, charge to you, all right? So based on that, What should be the ideal next generation of the MEM systems? Number one, we think, of course, platform independent. You should be able to access the system from almost anywhere. No matter mobile devices, Windows, Mac, open the browser, you should be able to access it, right? High performance search. Search is the most important thing for the media operation. You need to find your content first, and then you can do next. Why you cannot just use the system like how you use Google? Open the browser, do the search, quickly, easily, find your content, and run your workflow, right? Plug and play operation. Be honestly, back to like 7 years ago, when I first time saw iPhone, that's the first smartphone we say. Steve Jobs didn't put any menu into that box. He believed all end users, when they open like the box and start the iPhone, they should be able to use it without any like a menu, whatever. And I don't think a media asset management should be more complicated than iPhone. So why you cannot just open your browser and then you know how to use it? And of course, the workflow orchestration is another important point. It should be as easy as for any editors, producers, directors. You can just, without knowing any software programming knowledge, do drag and drop. You will be able to change your workflows. And based on these 4 big concepts, we are happy to announce we have this new product called Media Backbone Navigator X, which is a really, we say, out-of-box solution, includes 3 big portions. Number one, it should still be managing your contents. You need to search, find your content, catalog your metadata, preview, playback, and the media process management should help you to do any operations. No matter you are thinking about transcode, transfer, archive, ingest, they should be managed by the workflow system. And of course, you need to manage your resource. You need to manage your hardware resource, right? Human resource. And once you have the workflow system, basically all the data will be managed. You have all the KPI data. And then we provide a dashboard to really real-time graphic view of the system performance you can have. And you can see the resource usage, and you can see operational milestones. Even I'm doing this type of presentation, I'm still a software engineer. And in my opinion, good concept is important, but it's not enough. You will still have to see what type of features we can provide, right? So number one, Navigator X is really a simple and easy to use content management portal. File agnostic. Any formats, no matter video, audio, even graphic files, PDF should be supported. And stores anywhere, it's also another important concept. Any storages, you can easily mount it into the server, and you should be able to browse them and ingest the content from the storage. And of course, archive. No matter you are using the Sony Optic Disk Archive system or LTO, we support all of them. We can talk to the Sony ODS system directly, and we also can integrate with HSM vendor, lets them control the LTO system. And also, cloud became more and more important. Sony C platform, YouTube, Sony Amazon S3, not Sony, Amazon S3, object storage, we support all of them. And we provide a very flexible organization feature, and also the metadata is very important for the media asset management system, of course. So not only the metadata for entire clip, even the metadata for each frame, we can manage them. Since it's full web-based, we provide a very strong web-based player. You will be able to see from the demo. Search is the most important thing. And I have to say, Navigator X's search feature is really powerful. For entire asset, for index document, for closed caption search, we support all of them, and you will be able to see from the demo. Ingest is the #1 step. when you put all the contents into this system, we have a very strong centralized ingest platform. You can browse any storages. You can browse from the Sony C or Amazon. And we support a watch folder. And for metadata, we can grab the metadata from the files. We say technical metadata. And you can type in any customer metadata. And also, we can import the XML from the third-party systems. ODA, Sony ODA system has been directly supported by the Navigator X. Not only from the MEM perspective, you can do archive, retrieve, partial retrieve from the MEM GUI. We also can manage the ODA library and ODA drive, even a cartridge from Navigator X GUI. So one GUI, you can do the MEM operation and also manage the ODA devices. Adobe became really more and more popular. Especially Adobe provides a wonderful idea, we say panel integration. So for editor, no one would like to open multiple GUIs. They really want to focus on their editor platforms. So Navigator X integrated with Adobe as a panel. It means for all the editors, they will not have to open multiple GUIs. They can actually open the Adobe Premiere, and they will see Navigator X as a panel inside of the Adobe. And then they can use Navigator X to do the search, find the content, and then make a link to Adobe, and then we'll start the edit. It's seamless integration. This really saves a lot of editors' life. Enterprise search is also another good concept. You may have multiple departments. You may have multiple locations, across the country, even across the world, overseas, right? You can have multiple Navigator X instances, and they can search each other, no matter which one you log in, and they can exchange a file with each other. Workflow is actually the biggest point for Navigator X system. We provide a plug-and-play HTML5-based workflow editor tool. So for no matter you are editor, producer, directors, without any software programming knowledge, you will be easily drag and drop to change your workflow by using this tool. And you will be able to see from the demo. And of course, dashboard for executives, managers, admin people, right? You really want to see a real-time graphic view of the system performance. Right? It can really enable you to monitor, track resource usage. You can see the value in details. And you can identify and fix the bottleneck very quickly by looking at what happened in the entire system. A standard use case for Navigator X. We provide the content management portal. You can search and find your content. And it can allow you to register the content from any resources, no matter if it's a baseband ingest, file ingest, or download from cloud. You can register the content into the CMS. And then you can search, preview, playback, editing metadata. With just one click, you can actually distribute the file to almost anywhere. No matter if it's Editor Island, or Archive, or utilizing Aspera Signet to do external transfer to your clients, or upload it to Sony C platform, YouTube, it's just one click. It's because we have really rich third-party plugins, and the customizable workflow can support you to do that. And we really think this can support not only broadcast, post-production, education, sports, government, corporation, church, anywhere if you are doing the media operation, the file-based media operation, you will definitely be able to take the advantage from this system. And I have to say, said a lot, seeing is not believing. No matter what, you will have to see it first. So let's see the demo.
Just be careful to not stay in the light,
yes.
And then don't click anywhere in the black. Just stay in your browser.
Okay. Yeah.
See alt tab.
Yes. it's web browser based. So no matter iPad, tablet, or Mac, Windows, open your browser. You will be able to access it. And it's a user and a role-based system. You can define role, user, permission. So different user, when they log in, they can do different things. They can see different things, right? So once it's logged in, this page we call home landing page. Remember I said plug and play operation. I don't think you need a training to learn how to use it. This main landing page is divided with 3 areas. The left is the organization feature. You can see the bin folder structures. You can save your search criteria. And in the middle, you will be able to see a list view, include a small thumbnail with all the columns. These are your metadata. We don't decide that. You can decide your own metadata, right? And then you can sort by click, right? And it's customizable. You can actually click in here. You will be able to find all of your metadata. And you can add, you can delete. And you want to say which one you want to see. That's also very easy. And for some people, they may like see a PyCon view, right? We have the thumbnail. So use the thumbnail to identify which content is which. It also can help you to easily find your content. And in the right side, just one click the content. Even without like loading the content, just one click, you will be able to see all the metadata of these contents, right? And then, what you can do with this system? Number 1, ingest. You have to ingest your content into the system, right? We provide a very strong import tool in here. When you click, you will be able to see any storages, NAS storage, media grade. You just mount into your server, do a configuration, and then you will be able to see and browse the storage, like how you browse from your Windows Explorer. You can select a folder, multiple folders, and then you will be able to register the content into the system. And we also support like a watch folder. You can set up multiple watch folders, and then you can control if you want to run the watch folder. You may not want to run the workflow all the time. So you can control how you would like to run the workflow, or run the watch folder, sorry. And archive, like store next, SGL, which allows you to browse the archive system. We also can help you to browse from the Navigator X GUI. And the cloud, of course, it's important. If you are using a Sony C platform, you will be able to browse the workspace of C from Navigator. If you are on-prem, you can just log in Navigator X and browse C, select folder, and register. And Amazon S3, object storage, also can be browsed directly from Navigator X. So it's one page, really can do a lot of, we say, ingest, right? And also, by the way, why we say workflow is important. How you do ingest, it's all configurable. We provide a very easy to use setting page. And you can say, what you can do? Naming rule. You can generate the naming convention to see what type of content you want to register. And you can also decide, say, well, I do want to have a transcode, or I already have existing proxy. I just want to grab the proxy and how to generate a thumbnail, right? And also, if it's growing file, if it's not done or if it's already completed, you can actually set the option, say you want to check the growing file, right? And also you can set up a watch folder, of course. And the most important thing is actually workflow preset. And you will be able to see when you try to generate a new workflow preset, you decide almost everything. Let's say, for example, you have the high-res. Do you need to generate a proxy? Do you need to generate a thumbnail, right? And after the proxy is generated, do you want to archive the high-res immediately? It's all configurable, and with one click in here, right? And you can even add icon for different workflow preset to identify which workflow is which workflow, right? And after the content has been registered into the system, and let's go back to the portal. This is the main page. You will do the operation. And again, why I say plug and play. The only thing you can do in here is search. How you use Google, how you use this system. Think about any keyword, like how you use Google. I want to find some image file. You do the search, you find the content, right? And then with just one click, double click, sorry, we will load the content in the playback window. This is a video player area, but you can see even graphic file, you will be able to browse from this video player window, and you can make it actually full screen. The previous search result will still be listed up at the left side. So you will be able to just one click and load another content to preview. And you can actually continuously do search in here. So for example, if you want to search PDF, you do the search and you find it. And you can see the search performance. I don't think you can find another system as fast as this. And then you can actually easily click the PDF. Again, the same video player window. You can browse your PDF without really like launching Adobe Reader. And also, if it's a video file, if it's an audio file or graphic files, even before the user type in any metadata, we can grab, we say the technical metadata, format, bitrate, duration, a lot of things we can grab from the file itself to make them be searchable. However, if it's a document, PDF, PowerPoint, where are the technical metadata? If you don't know the name, how you can find it, right? Let's say the PDF, it all has a Sony keyword. If you search Sony, it's a Sony system in here for NAB. Of course, you will hit a lot of contents. But document has document content inside of the document, right? We can actually index them. So let's say, for example, this document, you may not remember the name, but if you remember any word inside of the document, let's say, for example, I have a word in here called top flight performance, right? And if I search this top flight performance does not belong to any metadata. It's just one word inside of this document. But for example, let's say if you search Sony, you find a lot, right? Let's say if you search top flight performance, look at this, how quick it is. You find the document, right? We index everything. PowerPoint, PDF, text file. Any word inside of it, you can just use this search feature to find it, right? And of course, the video is the most important things. You want to play back your video files. And you search video, and you may want to add more keyword. Say, for example, I do remember I have like a video frog, and you find the content. And if you load in here, it will play back the proxy. You can actually decide the proxy flavor. If you want to save your storage space, you can make the proxy be very low res, but I just want to show how good about our web-based player. I generated a high-res proxy. This proxy is not original content, it's 4K, but the proxy is 2560 by 1440. So it's even more than Full HD. But let's take a look at, if you play back in here, how smooth it is, right? Let's find a longer one so you can take a look at. And even you make it be full screen, you will be able to see how smooth about just a web-based player to play back this high-res contents, all right? And some small features, events, markers, right? You may want to preview the content, find any subclip, say I want this period, right? And mark in and mark out, and you say, well, I want to add a new event. What's the name? Okay. And it will generate an event in here, and next time when you click, it will go to this frame, right? So, for example, I have a frame here in leaf. It's just one frame. And I want to find this afterwards, right? And this leaf, you can see it does not belong to any entire clip's metadata. It's just for this one frame's metadata. So let me just make it a bit clear. Let me go back. And I do a search all. And now if I search, let's say, for example, leaf, you find it. It's just the one frame, all right? And then you double click. You will be able to easily find this frame. And the subtitle is another important thing, right? And you can see when I played back this video, not this one, sorry. It does not have any closed captions. But if you have a closed caption sidecar files, you can actually easily find from the system. You can do the search and find your closed caption sidecar, and then you can link into this video, right? So let me link it. Let's find this subtitle and link it. And after you link it, you will find this closed caption here. And once you select it, you will be able to see the closed caption can be played back overlay. And you think that's enough? No, it's not enough. We can make the closed caption file also be searchable. So in here, if you can extract, we extract all the closed caption based on time frame, and they will be searchable. So let's say if you search any keyword in here, you will find it, and you can click it. It will go to this right frame, right? And of course, when you find certain frame, and you think you want to change the thumbnail, it's also easy to change in here. Say you want to set the thumbnail, and the thumbnail will be changed to this frame. And the relations is another important thing, which we can make relationships between contents and contents. You have the script files, you have like JPEG files, thumbnail, whatever, and subclip. You can actually find from systems. And you say, well, I want to link this asset into this one. So next time, when you find this one, and if you go to the relation tab, you will find the next one. And let's go back to search. The Google search is nice and easy to use. Type in a few keywords. You will be able to find your content. But let's say you are a big broadcast. You may have 10 million level of the content. And at that case, Google search will just like Google. You type in 3-4 keywords, it may still return 10 pages. So in that case, we also provide a very easy to use, we call advanced search. It can make search criteria cross all of your metadata. It's very simple. You select your metadata, say if it's approved, and what's the asset type, and else. And once you create this, you will be able to save it. Because you don't want to create this search criteria every time. You can save it as a smart search. And the next time, you will be able to just do one click, and the system will perform the search for you. Let's say, for example, this is simple. From title, you say it's title equals video and audio. And you click it, you find it. But let's say, for example, this one, video impact for online, what does that mean? And you can say, well, I want to edit it. And its asset type is video audio, and the format is MPEG-4, and the status is online, and the title contains song. So this is a complicated search criteria. But once you save it, next time you just need to do one click in here, and the system will perform the search, right? And then archive is another important thing. If you are using Sony ODA system, you can actually do easily when you find the content. And here, you can actually select, I want archive to ODA. And I want, if it's offline, you can retrieve from the ODA, right? And also, from another perspective, ODA has ODA's drive, library, and a cartridge. We provide our ODA manager tool, and here, say ODA archive. If you click this, you will be manage any pools to combine multiple libraries. And then when you click the drive and you find the cartridge, You can actually even monitor the cartridge free space and any other informations. So it's also seamless. And in that case, you don't need HSM. Sony's Navigator X and Sony's ODA system, 2 systems. Comparing with the traditional MAM, you have to have 3. MAM, HSM, and the LTO, right? And also, until now, I really talked a lot the content management portion. And if you remember my PowerPoint, I say the workflow is very important. And you may be wondering, where are the workflows, right? So everywhere. Any operation, you find the content, and the next is a workflow. So for example, you have this content. You want to right-click it in here, say, I want to do a distribution. You can actually upload this content to YouTube, upload it to Sony C platform with just 1 click. 1 click, it's running, right? And for this content, it's actually, when you check the status, it's online, but you want to archive it. So you can actually click in here, say, well, I want archive to Sony ODA. Or you have a content in your client. Say, I want to upload this content. You can click. It will browse your local machine. And then you find, say, well, this butterfly, I want to upload to the system. So you select this one, say upload. So less than 1 minute, I run 3 workflows. And you may wonder, you say, where are they? How can I monitor my workflows, right? You can. In here, the workflow monitor tool, just click workflow monitor. And you will be able to see all the work orders in one list. And you can see this one, upload to YouTube, got an error. And archive, got an error, right? And this one, upload, it's in progress. And it's 7%, right? And it will keep refresh. And then, be honestly, this, nothing special. Everybody can do. Show the status, show the progress, the workflow name. But in here, why I'm saying everything is a workflow is if you double click, it shows the real workflow diagram. Because it's a workflow. And you will be able to see, hey, the past media info, generate a thumbnail, update the content are already done. You see the check mark. And now the workflow is doing the transcoding proxy. And you see the real-time progress, right? So it's very useful for the admin people to check the real-time workflow progress. And then I do know, next you will ask one question. Say, I don't want you. How can I, me, change this workflow? Let me show you. First of all, I can guarantee more than 50% of your use cases, when you think about your change workflow, it's actually not real big workflow changing. Let's say, for example, I want to change my transcode profile. I want to add 1 more distribution points into the system. That's not a workflow changing. We provide the configuration tool to let everybody can do that level of the change. So for example, let me go back. You click this content, and you want to distribute. And now you see you have upload to C, upload to YouTube, upload to Amazon 3. But let's say you want to transfer to somewhere else, right? You can go to the setting. Oh, sorry. You can actually go to the setting and find the distribution workflow because you want to change the distribution workflow. And you can see all the existing one in here. And you say, I want to do just a simple transfer file from the MAM managed area to an external storage. How you can do that? It's not really programming. It's not really workflow changing. You can actually easily register in here. Say, well, I want to do distribute to, let's say, for example, called the default storage. And you can select the method. You want to do a transfer, copy, and you say, well, I want to do a copy. And you can select the target folder from the mounted storage. Say, I want to check this one, right? this is my target folder. And do you need a transcode before you transfer? Do you require a QC? It's all optional. You can add or change by yourself. And now you say submit. And let's go back to the content. For the user, what they see in here is same content. When they click in here, and you see distribute to default, right? This is a workflow changing, but it's just by configuration. So don't think about the workflow changing be too complicated. Most of the cases, it's as easy as a configuration. And then you may wonder and say, well, if I really want to do a bigger change, of course we also can. So we provide a workflow editor tool, as I mentioned. It's a really HTML5 based drag and drop level workflow editor tool. This is actually still under development. We want to listen more and more use cases to finalize this. But just let me show you the prototype. Let's say, for example, this workflow, distribution workflow, does not have a QC step. You want to do a QC. You can drag and drop the QC step in here, and then you want to insert into this area, so you can delete this line and make a connection, right? And you click it. It has the parameters. You can do configurations, changing, say which QC profile, which QC device, and how you want to receive a QC report, XML, PDF, and then after the configuration, you can actually go back, make the next connection, right? So it's a concept, it's a prototype, but this is how we want to do. Make non-software engineer, editor, producer, directors can be, will be able to change the workflow by themselves. Last a few things. Enterprise search, when I mentioned. This is also under development. And, but when you have multiple locations, let's say this NAB setup, this server, you can see, it's 63 server, but we set up 4 servers, 62, 63, 64, 65. No matter which one you log in, and no matter where they are, you log in the 63 server, you actually will be able to browse the 62, right? And if you do the search, for example, I want to search the image file. Now you do search, it's globally search. You search all 4 different servers. But let's say if I want search only 62, you click 62, say search within. By the way, you can see if I search all, it's 2 pages, right? Same keyword, but now I'm only searching 62, 1 page, right? So this is federated search. And the last thing is, when you have all the KPI data, you want to see a dashboard to monitor, like for executives, they may not care of the detail for each work order, for each job. I want to see an overview, what happened for entire system, right? In that case, we provide a dashboard. This is a sample we generated for NAB, but you can decide what you want to have. Let's say, for example, this one, we monitor past 24 hours, how many workflows were generated, how many failed, how many contents were created, and you can see the different workflows, right? And also, when the workflow was running. And then here is the CPU and memory usage for the server. And you can see in here, this seems high. I want to check the CPU usage for this area, and you can see the detail, right? And a lot of contents actually has the geo information, and we show in the map. So that's actually all I want to show you. The dashboard, the workflow monitor tool, and by the way, this upload is completed, right? I'm sorry. This upload is completed. And the workflow editor tool. And also the content management. These 4 big things made one package called Navigator X. Thank you for your time.
How are you, my friend?
Yes, good.